was shaking the tambourine.
Have you have your beer? beat here. And then,
That was fun though.
that's good, fine beat. But let's see.
Honestly, sometimes I like a cover, but I'd much rather just make music and make original tunes. Like
That was cool, man.
I get so burned out on covers, to be honest. Like fucking, like we can if you want, and we can look for something that like fits us. But I'd rather just jam and like this kind of stuff is different to me. I was just making power chords and like like something that I never get to do really.
Sure, absolutely.
To me, I'm just having fun.
That's totally fine.
I'm just having fun. So anything you feel like doing, especially with beats, like I'm down with. I like to jam to it. Yeah, it's just fun. You know what I mean?
It's a disco beat.
What key?
Well, let's say
Let's pick a key or something.
maybe like I'd say like
C sharp minor. Oh, what's that, kid? What do you play? I like that bass line.
Oh, I know.
Keep playing that. You gotta start.
There's Jay. Hey, Jay. I should say. That's Jay.
Go back to the beginning now. Just play it real simple.
I see.
I know that is driving it. Go back to the
That's what I'm
simple.
doing. Jay, that's what I'm doing. Jay. That's it. That's all I was doing.
You were doing this, you were doing that, you were doing it with the business. You put it on the jello, and you wanted to know whether everybody. Everybody went outside and told everybody outside the door. Everybody knew what everybody wanted to. Everybody saw what everybody knew. I said, oh, everybody, 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 oh, everybody. Well, that was around the time I went down to the 7-Eleven right next to the Shell gas station where I saw you. You were filling it up with unleaded. I next went to the Burger King there, got myself a Whopper and a Snicker, paper fries and a cupcake soda. In the large cup and I said, whoa now, I want to go in after. I want to go back to Jasper. I knew it would be a disaster, but they don't let an inch on the street. Everybody wanted to know. Everybody didn't want to be so. Everybody was going out to do. Everybody has to listen to this song right now. They got to use that they did not got. They will not lose their happiness. Now what do you know when you go down south? Talking about talking a bit like that. I don't know why they sing it like that. But that's what they do, I guess. And so I will pay them and that it can't have it and I can't get it. I don't know if we can say, but I don't care. We'll never let it out. Smoke break and put on a deep
Is that great? Yeah, smoke break.
Smoke break.
Smoke break. On a
That was
smoke
awesome, man. That was so cool.
That was fun.
I thought it was a lot of fun.
That was so fun.
I love fun. I love fun. I'm gonna have a smoke break and don't want to hesitate.
Obviously
Get down with it.
having a little trouble getting the levels right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely gonna fluctuate with electric charge.
Can I tell you that I really love that you guys are our neighbours? And,
Have we said that enough?
we really appreciate you guys being
oh,
neighbors too. And
mate, we're neighbours and we're friends.
And you're not
Awesome.
you're not saying too much or anything because it's of great value to us as well. Like,
Hey, Joey.
you could be horrible neighbors conceivably.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, likewise, right?
All right, we could.
Vice versa.
I could have the people across the street next door to me too.
Right. I know.
We're not going swinging
Already
territory.
fixed stuff.
No swing. But
Good to clarify that.
the point is that, like,
now that you've been all swinging.
Yeah, my friend and Joe in Australia is all the swing and everything.
You do you, man.
Woo! It's all a bit much. But anyway, sorry.
That's fine.
Make it weird or anything.
No, you didn't make it weird. It's fine.
Come on, people are. Somebody's jumping on the swing.
It just tripped me out when I was there. They were like, oh yeah, this is what we do.
So difficult with the levels there. I couldn't. I don't know what was going on with the volume from the dynamic mic. Like I had, obviously, I had the master way down low, but I had that turned quite a bit up and not so much. Well, I'm sorry if you don't like my vocals, I was having to project more than I would have liked to because I wasn't getting enough box out of the mic. And that caused me to obviously have to strain a bit. But don't hate me because I'm beautiful, okay? I'm sick of that. That's always happening to me. We hate you because you're so beautiful, Eric. But you know what? It's not my fault. I was born this way. Well, you actually hear pretty good out here. I'm surprised. Isolation is better. Gay. So, Fran Koval. Cove Lazquez.
Yeah, Lily.
I don't know what your name's all about, but I don't know. I don't know what your name's all about.
Don't know what your name's all about.
I actually get quite a bit of volume out of that. I guess maybe the guitar was up a little bit too loud. Obviously, when I'm trying to hear everything, it's going to be I like what Jared's doing there. I think he's doing a great job. What time is it? Hi, Danny Berry Sports Highlights. So yeah, the neighbors are over here jamming out inside. Thank you. We're usually not too loud. I'm not too worried about it. It's not even 9 o'clock yet, so it's fine. But I'm surprised by how loud it is out here because it's pretty soundproof, and normally I don't hear anything come through the walls this loud. Hi, Rachel. I think Jared has one of these keyboards at your guys' house, doesn't he?
I think so, yeah. Are we being too much?
No, not at all. This is great.
Oh, cool.
I'm thrilled to have you guys over. You know, I'm kind of always down to party when I'm in the middle of an Adderall bottle like I am right now. When I run out of Adderall, then I go crash, and I'm like, oh, I just need to rest. But you know, it's just my monthly cycle.
Do you mind if I smoke another one?
Oh, not at all, not at all. Sorry, I left them here for you.
Do you have the things going on the streaming?
Yeah, the stream's on. We only have a few people here at the moment, but it is Sunday night too. So on the East Coast, it's like Sunday night at midnight. Do they know I'm passing a kidney stone? Yeah, I did mention it to them, Rachel.
Are you passing a kidney stone?
Rachel is, not me.
Rachel's passing a kidney stone.
Yeah, sweet.
Oh, shit, I didn't know
had to take her to the hospital yesterday. I had to take her to the emergency room.
That's a big deal. That's really painful.
Yeah, she was obviously in a lot of pain, and everybody keeps saying that it's super painful.
Is she in pain?
Not right now, but she was yesterday. She was in agony until I took her to the ER, and then they gave her some pain medication, and they also
Muscle relaxants.
something to reduce the inflammation. At which point she was able
Holy
to.
fuck!
to
She has a kidney stone she's trying to pass right now?
Yeah, she's got.
Holy fuck! That's intense, man.
Yeah, right.
And she's
Crazy.
just hanging out.
Yeah, well, she seems fine today. Mostly she had a little bit of pain she mentioned earlier, but it's nothing. I'm comparing against yesterday when she was like, rolling in agony.
My first husband. Can I tell the streaming people?
Sure.
So, my first husband, when we were on honeymoon, was passing a kidney stone. And he was in pain, like screaming in pain, on Hamilton Island in Queensland. Crazy pain. And the doctor man came and gave him like serious muscle relaxant injections.
And then did he pee it out?
I don't even know. He was in so much pain. He was screaming. That's what Rachel's going through right now? Is passing a kidney stone?
Yeah, well, yesterday she was in agony. Today she's on hydrocodone. And also they gave her Flomax, which relaxes the urethra.
Right.
So
Damn.
those drugs seem to be doing the job. She's able to go to the bathroom regularly. Hopefully she's drinking a lot of water still, Rachel. Hopefully.
Kidney stones. Oh, holy shit, man. Kidney stones are no joke. That's the worst pain you can have. Like, it's up there with childbirth.
That's what people keep saying. And there's no doubt that Rachel was in agony yesterday because I never hear her complain about anything hurting or feeling bad physically or anything like that. For her to be moaning and groaning in the way she was.
Righty, 116. Yes, I'm drinking water. Oh my god.
Good job.
Dude. Yeah, on our honeymoon, Hamilton Island. Had total like kidney stone pain. Yeah, honeymoon. First marriage. Woo. Dude, extreme. Like, worse than childbirth. So painful. Are you okay, Rachie? Oh my god. Fuck, dude, that's really painful. Did you go to the hospital?
Yeah.
Did you go to the hospital?
I took her to the ER yesterday.
Oh god, this was so awful. No wonder you didn't want to hang out with us.
Yeah, she's also on hydrocodone, which makes her kind of a little bit like high.
Yeah, but still, like, holy shit, passing a kidney stone? That's serious. That's really painful. Dude, oh my god. Like, I can't even.
It's an adventure and experience. She hasn't passed it yet. It's inside, Manny John. That's where it is. Jared right now is screwing around with the keyboard. I wanted to come out and smoke a cigarette. I think I'll chill with Kay until she finishes hers. And then we'll go back inside. What's
Holy
this?
shit. Rachel is
What is
passing
this?
a kidney stone right now?
Is this yours?
Yeah.
Oh, this has alcohol in it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was some kind of non-alcoholic beverage.
Man.
So maybe when Rachel does finish passing the kidney stone, she will. Okay, we'll go inside in a second, okay? I'm just waiting for Kay to finish this one cigarette. We were inside though for a long time. Then we just took a brief smoke break, and then we'll go back inside. I could play the guitar in theory, let Jared play the keyboard.
Does Rachel need to go to the ER?
What she did yesterday.
Oh. Far out.
And they did a CAT scan, and they determined the size of it, and they said she should be able to pass it. And they prescribed Flomax, and they prescribed hydrocodone.
Oh. Oh, that could be bad. I'm sorry, I know what Clayton went through. Fuck. It's bad.
Well, we're going to have to wrap this up relatively soon. Rachel just said she's ready to go to sleep. So, maybe just give us like 10 minutes to wrap things up here. Rachel, is that cool? Oh, well, that's quite a shitty, you say no, the jamming is fine, don't worry. It's not going to keep you awake if you're trying to go to sleep. If you're fine with it, we would probably keep jamming for a little while longer. So I can't exactly read the name of that person, but even though you did not ask the question in good faith, nor report your experience honestly, I will answer it and say that I get my final dental product, I think in like May, I believe. May, yeah. At which point I no longer will have this denture. You're saying that's why you're not hanging. Well, okay, that's fine. You do you, darling. I like the sound Jared picked. And he's used to using the single note chord along thing, which I like to use a lot too. Yeah, probably that person does need his ears fixed. Eric, the guitarist, was ace. Are you talking about Jared? Yeah, he's great. He plays music all the time. He's a real, his life and Kay's life, they're very immersed in music. They were playing music at their house before they even came over here. So, what does it say? Sam, don't be rude to Eric's guests. Did your parents fail to teach you manners? Who's being rude? Sam? I don't even see it.
Sam's being rude.
I probably don't have it on all messages. Probably have on top messages. That's why, yeah.
We'll give you some space, I think. Rachel's passing a kidney stone right now. Holy shit. I feel bad, but we're in space and that's what she's going through.
Well, I did have one spot in my vocal Samuel when it went off the rails, but regardless, that's fine. You don't have to approve. That's totally fine. And you said you like the guitarist, and that's great too. You get whatever opinion you want. I'm not worried about those kind of comments at all. You know, it's inevitable that I'm going to have some issues singing when I have to project too loudly in the mic for the levels. So, that's fine. Makes me want to sing. Oh, Samuel doesn't like my vocals. He coming up, keep waiting for sure. So here's some more vocals for you, Samuel. I know you will love this so much. Yeah, these are vocals I wrote for you, Samuel. I hope you love this musical touch. And if you want to call it, I'll be waiting. Well, waiting, baby, that could be, but I am totally singing to you. Yeah. And baby, when I saw you walking there in the moonlight that night, well, that was when I knew that you would be my girl. I'm like, hey there, lady. What you doing out here walking in the moonlight? And she's all, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm just getting moonbeams on me. I'm just getting moonbeams. I'm just getting moonbeams on me. I'm just getting moonbeams. That's what I'm doing, she said. She said she was just getting moonbeams.
Okay. Okay. Are you going? You can take your cello with you?
Yeah, well, you know, Rachel did indicate that this was not bothering her at all. Yeah, but, you know, obviously everybody should do what they want. That's why, girl, I need you right now to stop walking in the moonlight. You're way too shining, and the reflected moonlight is constantly blinding me. Oh, this song for Sam, who doesn't like my singing, he said. Don't sing at all, Eric, anymore. But I'm not too bad, motherfucker. I'm totally going to sing some more. And that's when Samuel will learn the valuable lesson about singing. S-A-M, hear this S-O-N-G then. Then you know that I'm singing when you tell me not to sing. So fuck off, man, I don't care anyway. a valuable lesson, Samuel. That's right. Because the best way to educate is to teach by a song. But just think about it. How is it that you learn what Mary had? The answer, of course, is she had a little lamb. And you learned that by way of song. How else did you learn the way to paddle your boat down a stream? How else would you know that the answer is merrily, merrily, merrily? Yeah, it's time to learn from this song. I'm gonna sing Samuel Pool, have a sing along. He's gonna call it off key or waving up those. You know it's not even one of those. Here you go, Sam. Damn. That's right. Come down to Eric's incredible church, God's Big Heaven Church, where we sing the gospel all day long, where you can get your own subscription to a holy water delivery service to your home, so that you too can always be assured of salvation should you die of a sudden. We also offer, of course, the biggest heaven of all the religions. Sure, yeah, you can bring all your stuff with you when you die, because you're going to God's big heaven. Plenty of room in God's big heaven for all the stuff with you. Bring your couch, bring your shoes, bring your chair, bring those too. Bring everything that you want for God's big heaven. Do you think Islamic heaven is that big? No, it's tiny by comparison. In Islamic heaven, you gotta squeeze into a small building with a lot of other Islamic people. But in God's big heaven, assuming you come into my church, obviously, you will have all the room you want. And every day you'll be like, oh, thank you, God, for this big heaven. Thank you, God, for so much room. I'm glad I never committed to Islam. Otherwise, I know it feels like me too. Right. When you die, you don't want to go somewhere where you will stub your nose. You want a place that's large enough for you and everyone in our, because God, big heaven, that's the church for you. That's right. Of course, I did mention, Samuel, I'm not convinced you'll be able to get in if you don't appreciate the gospel. Gospel always seems to keep thinking about the prize. Who knows what chord's coming next? I don't need to. Because I'm channeling the Spirit of God through me to tell you and everybody you know about the amazing place called God's Big Heaven. World is so much bigger. It's so much better. It's so much bigger and wetter and better. It's better like a sweater. It's God's big heaven. That's right. It's always a surprise. Nobody knows whatever room you're going to go to. fly in God's big heaven. You better get used to it. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming tonight to Aaron and Stacey's wedding. And I know that this is a special moment for all of us. And I'm so looking forward to the first dance with mother and son and father and daughter. Here we go. Everybody ready to dance? Here we go. Oh, love is a beautiful thing. Makes people sing. Oh, love. When two hearts combine and I make you mine, well, then love is a beautiful thing. Aaron, Stacy, we are so blessed to be here to celebrate your union. When your friends tell me that when you first met, it was love at first sight, and you knew you were going to be together then forever. And so I want to sing following. Oh, oh, love, what a beautiful thing. With hearts all aflutter in spring, it's the wonderful feeling of love. I have no idea where to go. Oh yeah. So here we are now, the natural consequence of this amazing feeling in all of our hearts. When a man and a woman come together and cleave to one another forever and ever in holy matrimony. And that's why I want to sing to you today. I want to sing love and love. It's a feeling you have inside of you every day, whether it's raining or sunny outside. Oh, wonderful love, you feel it inside of your heart. Tonight, we've got love. Feeling I know when I say, there's a feeling of love. Love. Have you experienced it in your life? Well, we're experiencing it here tonight at Aaron and Stacy's wedding. Oh, love, what a beautiful spirit inside us. I'm gonna go another cigarette. I'm sure we're all now appropriately in a romantic mood. I'm hoping we should be. We should all be ready to get into that honeymoon suite and hold our special someone tight and make sweet, sweet love. Well, I see the door has been left open again, despite the blastingness of things. It looks like they might have a guest. I sure do. Hey, you guys have a gas card anymore? Hey, Kay,
Hey,
you have a gas card?
yeah, we do.
Do you know you can drive or you can? Nobody can drive, just let you know. Okay. Well, that was a beautiful love song. And I think it really paid a really lovely tribute to Aaron and Stacy's wedding. I don't care for Yoko, but John and her deserved each other. Maybe they did. Jeff Boley, they galloped through fields where the gumdrops grow. Trying to read all that text, but my squinty eyes are not doing a great job of it. It might be the lyrics to Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. That's possible. And you're gone. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Oh, Samuel, you're still here. I hope you enjoyed my songs. I hope you found them amazing, amazing tributes to the vocal arts. I'm sure you did. Because they indisputably were that. All right, guys, thanks for coming over.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Chris.
Oops.
Thanks for having us.
No problem. See you later. Always a great time.
It was.
Good time, thank you.
It was.
You know what? I'm going to get my glasses. I'm going to bring a plug out here as well to plug in the phone. Then we'll continue our conversation. I need to obviously eat some food at some point. The last food I ate was what? Oh, right. I've got those hot dogs. I forgot. Glasses. Got them. I don't think that anybody this time around was paying any attention to the chat except for me a little bit. So I don't know what you were saying, but you know, you're not gonna discourage Kay. She's very she's very deeply immersed in playing music. She and Jared play it all the time, so I don't think she's gonna be discouraged. Nevertheless, it's fine to be mean to me, but I would appreciate it if people were nice to the neighbors when they come over, you know. I'm accustomed to this environment. I understand in full how rough and tumble it can be, and I'm fine with that. But, you know, they're surprisingly, for being people who play music all the time, play live a lot and stuff, they are surprisingly not very, I guess, social media savvy and or interested or whatever you want to call it. I don't think I have a lot of experience dealing with stuff like this. Also, Kay is an FI user, so gotta be concerned somewhat about her feelings. I mean, her pitch is usually good. She was kind of shifting keys when she was singing Waltzing Matilda, but I think it's like if you're going to critique somebody's singing for being off key, they should generally be off key. As for her and tonight, we're just jamming out. They were drunk and makes people a little floppy. It doesn't matter to me because it's uh, it's one of those transient things like an ice sculpture or something. Except even more transient because I didn't take any picture of it. I didn't record anything. There's no point in recording stuff like that. Of course, it's also the case that if I choose to live stream it, I open it up to critiques and stuff. So I mean, I I guess you'd say I have not a huge amount of enthusiasm for jams that only have one part. I like things a little more complicated than that, but not super complicated, but just to have two parts at least is nice in general. But um, generally when we play with the neighbors, me and Rachel, they're probably fairly deep in their cups, so it inhibits the musicianship a little bit, and that's fine because we're just doing it to hang out with the neighbors. If I wanted to do productive musical work, then I would work on a recording of some sort. Mm. In a situation like that, one of the issues is when you have multiple people like that, people want to turn up to hear themselves a little better. So everybody starts to do that, and then it gets extra loud. Yeah, I hope you get better soon too, Rachel. Well, you said you wanted to go to sleep. I interpreted it as, oh, okay, well, we better wrap this up then. And she was more interested in the kidney stone thing because I think she has some sort of personal experience that lets her understand how painful that can be. Probably not having had one herself, but um, regardless. So, there was good reason to think that might be a good time to go home regardless. It's getting pretty late and it was pretty loud. Yeah, thank God that we have great next door neighbors who want to sing and play with us. It's great. It's fun. It's a nice kind of non-digital experience. Of course, I've got to make it digital as well by live streaming. But they like the live stream. The K obviously really likes the engagement when there's a decent number of people chatting or what have you. And I think Jared does too. I think they both like it. Yeah, it could be like we had neighbors who they come over and hang out, but they wanted me to turn off the live stream. It could be totally fine and understandable, but fortunately, they're not like that. They're wonderful people. In a lot of ways, a lot like us. You know, Rachel and Jared have the same 2-3 in common. Me and Kay have the same 1-4 in common. So there's corollaries there in terms of functions. Oh yeah, they Jared smokes weed. Kay doesn't because she's one of the people who like gets too high when she smokes weed. You know. But yeah, they party. Jared certainly has put in plenty of time as a psychonaut as well. Yeah, he's done plenty of psychedelics. He says that nowadays he doesn't need to take but a teeny bit of mushrooms to get quite a bit of psychedelia out of it. Like his position on it is that like loosened up the part of your brain that does that. I mean, hydrocodone may relax muscles, but it's not intended for muscle relax. Like it's there are certain drugs that are specifically muscle relaxants, but I guess that's what Flomax is. Flomax is a muscle relaxer. I'm not sure if that's exactly what it is. It's not, if it's a general one or what, but it widens up the pea shoot. Perfect neighborhood for the apocalypse. Yeah, we are well positioned for the apocalypse. Actually, very well positioned. We're 3 hours from the closest major population center. We've got mountains blocking us in case of any like nuclear blast or something. And it's a very defensible area. There's one road in and out. That's it. I mean, technically, you could get through from the riverside as well, but that's only navigable certain times of year. So, regardless, one road with two sides at best. And if you're coming in that side, you got to come in through dirt roads and stuff. So it's a defensible area. And we have our own water water tower community water system that's unconnected to any other water system. Everybody here is on septic, so you don't have to worry about sewers. And we're close to a year-round river down at North Fork. And the stream right down here is pretty much year-round too. Everybody here already has generators. And I also have a little wilderness car. Plus, I'm guessing most people back here are armed. So it's it's a good place to be in case of an apocalypse. The thing is, though, we don't have that much food. We don't have that much food for like emergency food supply. When we first got here, I actually spent some money buying some stuff, which we do have in the garage, but the reality is our food supply wouldn't last a super long time. Now we're talking about whether like this is a good place to be in case of an apocalypse. People are taking the piss on Ben Shapiro. Why? What did he do? You have an uncle who has 99th percentile eyebrows. What percentile do you think these brows are? They're relatively bushy, but they're not super bushy. I actually keep them trimmed somewhat. I haven't trimmed them in a while, but I don't think G's a bot. At least I'm passing. I think this rating scale you have, is it just for bigness of eyebrow? If you're not underground in a bunker, you're dead. Well, maybe. Why do you think that? Nuclear fallout doesn't fall forever. It kind of depends on how far away you are from the nuclear blast, right? I see. I didn't know G was your ex-husband, Winston's mom. I see. I got you. How big you want the eyebrows, yeah. Like, maximum you can go is Kurt Vonnegut. That's Kurt Vonnegut is 100. Old Kurt Vonnegut. His eyebrows took up like from here to here. Alright, let's go inside. I gotta clean up the living room. I gotta clean up the kitchen. I wanna make some food. I wanna sigh. And I wanna sigh some more. Alright, let's clean up the living room. I don't like the part where you have to clean up. I know you don't, Eric, but, TFB. TFB. I didn't even know about this. So much lore out there that I don't know, but talking with French people lore. Alright, we're going to unplug the guitar. Okay. We'll put the guitar. Oh, God. Oh, and Jared left his tuner on too. Alright, Eric. You just started cleaning up and you're already fucked up. this here. Now we're gonna wrap up this cord. Okay, we've wrapped up this cord. We're going to put it in here. There it goes. Then we're going to take this cord out. Now you can't even see what's going on. Hold on a second. I'll change the camera angle. Alright, here you go. Now you'll be able to see all the excitement. Oh. Stupid Eric. I feel like a stupid boy sometimes. Sometimes I really do. Okay, got this cable here. Gonna wrap it up like so. This is kind of a big wrap, but that's fine. You know what? I'll wrap it up properly. God damn it. I don't know why I wrapped it up like that. It's gotta be like this. Not so big, you know. This one is too big. I think I know how to wrap up cable by this point in my life. You'd think, but no. Because I'm Eric, and I don't learn how to do things like that, I guess. Go on. Alright, here we go. That's properly done. Put that right there. I'm going to turn this off. While we're here, I'm going to put the chat up on the screen. Listen. Ooh, ah, ooh. Do you want to know a secret? Ooh, ah, ooh. Want to know a You hear that, G? You don't get that last 0.1%. And I don't blame anybody for denying you that last 0.1%. There's always 0.1% of a chance that even if you were at one point a real person, you've been replaced by an AI bot. Why? Well, I don't know, field testing. Possibly just a global conspiracy to fool me into believing a reality that isn't really real. That's possible. I'm so tired of those people and their conspiracies. All right, we're going to wrap up this cord. I'm going to put it here. And we got one more cord here to get. Bada bing, bada boom. We've got it. We're going to wrap it up. Oh, life. You're a topsy-turvy, upside-down, mixed-up, crazy place. I don't think any of us really know what to do with you. All I know is that none of us are willing to kick you out of bed for eating crackers, because you're all we've got, all we'll ever have, as far as we know. Which, of course, prompts anyone to ask, who loves you, baby? Well, fortunately, I finally, at long last, have an answer for you. It's Telly Savalas. Okay, we're going to put this one back. All right. Now let's put this back. All right. They brought some chips over and some salsa. I'll put this salsa in the fridge. Maybe Rachel will want to eat some of it. I can't really eat chips right now. Put this away. I'll be right back. No, I would not kick you out of bed for eating crackers. Well, I guess let's move into the kitchen. Oh, okay. Tyrell, okay. I will do him. What time did he say he is again? I've captured a video by Love Who, but I can put that one off. I could capture a video from Russ tonight. Is he that guy? Oh, wait, that's Claire now. I'll check it out in a second. What other cleaning up do I have to do? Rachel says she doesn't like all the stuff on the chairs. So I should move this stuff someplace else. I guess I just put it on this chair. Put that part. Let me put some of the stuff away. Paperwork from the hospital. I mean, I don't even know what to do with this. I guess I just put it in the closet with the other paperwork stuff. Wait, so Rust self-identifies as a ESFP? Another ESFP? That's unusual. I think he is an INTP, but oh, he did post 12 days ago. Okay. What else is there to clean? Well, I've got this cup I can get rid of. Rachel poured this iced tea, but I will drink it myself. All right, let's move into the kitchen for now. Get some things accomplished there. I would like to make something to eat, and it's gotta be hard. It looks like Julie got something out of the trash and liquid clean. Yeah, she got it in the trash. That's okay. I can clean that up easy enough. Okay. Alright. Out of the trash, in the trash. Get this broom and sweep up this like coffee grounds and stuff. Obviously, we don't have our trash proofed for dogs. But I really don't mind at all. I love Lulu. She's a wonderful dog. And if I have to clean up a little trash on the floor after she comes over, that's totally fine. I also have to clean up after her people. That's also totally fine because that's the natural consequence of inviting people over. Okay, so we've gotten that cleaned up a little bit. Now let's come over here. Let's deal with these beers as best we can. We've got some more room for them in here. So let's fill up the slots. We're not going to quite be able to fill them all in here, but we will put that many, and then we've got less than 1 6-pack which you can put under here. How annoying. That's fine. Fixed it, no problem. These go in the trash, and then we're going to deal with the sink. Okay, so kind of rinse out this half of the sink. Then I want to wash this cutting board off, put it away, and clean this big silver bowl and put it away. Then also clean the knives that don't go in the dishwasher and put them away. Then I'll empty the dishwasher and I'll put the remaining dishes in there. You know, rinse it off a bit. Okay. So we'll rinse off this cutting board. I did get some new paper towels at the store, which obviously are going to come in handy, which are also a nice change from what we had before, because last time we got paper towels, I think maybe we got them at Boot Jack or something. We got these cheap ass paper towels, and they've not really performed up to snuff. I wouldn't say. Nobody would give them their best paper towels award. That's for sure. Alright, let's put the cutting board away. We're making progress. And it's just like Alcoholics Anonymous says, progress, not perfection. Alright, now this bowl. I used this bowl before to make a salad. Obviously this bowl is also necessary for making bread, which we may make tonight, so that's not off the table at all. But even if I do make bread after I clean up, I'm going to need to make something else after I start the bread because I need to eat some food. I'm kind of hungry. Or I could just eat this extra Nathan's hot dog I got earlier at the Bonds. I forgot about that. Well, I'm not sure if I want to eat that or not. Regardless, I can decide that after I clean it. So this bowl goes up here. For right now, I guess I will put this away. Or at least put it off to the side somewhere. And then I can bring it back. I can bring it back if I want to use it still. So to put this off to the side, let's just put it for now over here by the microwave. I just set it right there for now. So it's out of the way while I clean up. Okay. This goes with that. Here are the hot dogs. I guess I'll just throw away this last bite of this hot dog. And I guess I'll put this hot dog in the fridge. These I'll just clean. That's right. I want to clean these knives that don't go in the dishwasher. I'm going to put this one, and this one. And I'll get this one too. So now, get it with this. I'm going to put a little more soap on here. Bada bing, bada boom. Soap it up, soap it up. 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 Get these two, soap them up. Just rinse this off. These ones, they're going to hang up on this magnet right here. As per, yeah. These guys, well, the three knives with the silver handles, they go in the knife block. This other one, the place actually changes, unlike most things. It should really go in this drawer. Sometimes I put it in that drawer. Because that drawer has other knives in it. Alright. That's good. You know what, while we're at it, let's go ahead and clean and put away these lids right here. And then we'll get a pan, that over there as well. I'll put all those away for the moment. Okay, once again, we're gonna soap as per mouth. And we're gonna get the first lid, put a little water on it, and soap it up just like so. And we're gonna get the other side, soap it up. And then we're just gonna let it rinse off. Okay. That's fine for this one. We'll use this paper towel, dry it a little bit, and we'll put it down below where it goes. Where does it go, Eric? Come on, don't keep the secret. Okay, I won't keep any secrets from you, don't worry. I won't be keeping any secrets. It goes down here. In the back like that. Okay. Now isn't that a better view? You can see better now. Now we'll get this lid. Put a little water on it, a little soap. Get the scrubber. Scrub the bottom, scrub the top. Rinse it off. It isn't very dirty, but got a little bit of stuff on top of it there. Doesn't hurt to clean it. Get this one. Same deal. Get it with the scrubber. Rinse it off. Put it down. Get this one. Get it with the scrubber. Rinse it off. We're going to shake it dry a little bit. Wipe it. Shake it. Wipe it. Shake it. Wipe it. Okay, get the lids. We're going to put these underneath where they go. Okay. That's a start. Now, the next thing we can do is empty the dishwasher. Yes, I can get this surface a bit here too, clean this up a bit. Gets dirty over here because the cats come over here for their water. This goes out to the compost pile. We could take that now, I suppose. Okay. Put that away. Now let's get the dishes. Alright, let's do the silverware first since we're already right here. Long fork, short fork, long fork, short fork, this kind of long fork, long fork, short spoon, long spoon, short spoon, long spoon, short spoon, long spoon, long spoon, long spoon. Hi Rachel, how you doing?
Hi, I'm getting some cereal.
Cool. Long spoon, long spoon,
You're doing a great job.
long spoon, thanks. Long spoon. Silverware is done. This big knife goes in the cutting knife block. Okay, next, let's do glasses first.
Steel bowl.
I love you too. Got my magical spatula and these two wooden spoons. Put those in this drawer here. Okay. These cups go in here. Goes there. Okay. Next, that's it for cups right now. Now we're going to here. That's couple of plates. Got some bowls. Here's another cup. We got this pot. And we got some more bowls here. These four are all the same. This one is already a stack of 2 in there. So I'll put that right here. Put that right there. There we got 1 stack of all the same bowls. Put this in here, put this in here, put this in here. And we've got that. Okay, now it's time to put these dishes into the dishwasher. Move this, I will move this. This. I can use this potentially. Okay, got all the silverware here. There we go. Now we'll put this all into here. Okay. Okay, so put these things like here, and actually I can put those in here. Those will go in there, that's fine. This one can go right here. It's in my rice scoop. Maybe it has to go back there. That's fine, like that. Okay. Now let's put the plate in. Put that there. I think we're done with the dishes. Meow, go ahead. Eat your food. Go ahead. Eat. Okay. This cup can also go into the dishwasher. Now this pan I need to clean, and I will. Alright, let's try it again with this other scrubber. This pan's pretty stained. Not gonna really get much cleaner looking than this, but this is fine. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna just scooch all this stuff down into the sink. And now I think I will hit this area with a little hot soapy water using this sponge right here. Maybe even what would be better would be a little bit of comic. So I think I'll do that. And in this case, 8 jars. Sorry, Trouble. Here, come this way. There. God damn it. That's fine. It's fine the way it is. It's not perfect, but it's fine. Alright, so I can scrub this with the Ajax. Get it nice and clean. Okay. Okay. Time to switch to the good paper towels. We're out of those cheap ones. I got new paper towels. Let's enjoy the majesty of name brand paper towels. These are just your regular weakling paper towels. These are brawny. So, you know, it's a lot tougher than your regular paper towels. Okay, let's get along here. So, this for gripped here and here. All right, this area is clean now. Stovetop's not exactly clean, but it's somewhat defilthified now. Okay. Now we've cleaned up here a bit. We can cook if we want. These things from here. Throw this in the trash. Okay, let's go back in the other room and do a check-in and a bit of a break here. Now that we've gotten that more or less cleaned up. Go. Untangling this cord. Obviously a worthwhile thing to do. Okay. Not too bad. What's all this? Oh, Rachel just spilled a bunch of cereal. Alright, I'll clean that up. That's fine, Rachel. Doesn't matter. Let me sweep it up real quick. God. We'll go back in there and make something to eat in a little bit. I've got a couple ideas of things to eat. The first thing I think I want to do is bake a couple of potatoes. Rachel, do you want me to bake a couple of potatoes for you? What beats rock? Well, hammer, obviously. Rock crusher. And roll. That beats rock. Obviously, just plain rock is beat by rock and roll. Maybe like rock dissolving acid of some kind. Check out the website What Beats Rock. I do, Rachel, sure. I will make potatoes right now. If I remember correctly, it's 400 for an hour, but let me Google it. Yeah, scissors do not beat rock. For the obvious reason that you can't cut a rock with scissors. Okay, well right now, $400 to $425 for 50 to 60 minutes. Okay. So I will do it, I guess, at 410 for an hour. I think I might preheat oven, poke holes in the potato, place directly on the middle oven rack, bake for 60 minutes. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll just start the oven now, preheat it before I come back over here. We've got sour cream, we've got shredded cheese, we've got butter, we've got salt and pepper, ketchup. I could cut up some onions even. First, let me just go preheat the oven. Okay, the oven's preheating. So rock and scissors are tied, but paper is the third wheel in this whole equation. Okay, keep that in mind. I've done a pretty good job of cleaning. What beats rock? Paper. You beat X-Lax with bread. What beats paper? Fire. What beats fire? Water. What beats water? Sand. What beats sand? Fire again. I don't want to go to the website. Okay. What beats rock? Go. Paper. Next. What beats papers? Paper. Scissors, obviously. Next. What beats scissors? What beats scissors? Mashed potatoes. You can't really cut mashed potatoes. Next. 3 people also guessed mashed potatoes. Maybe because I misspelled it. I didn't put an E. What's beats mashed potatoes? I guess gravy. Eleven others guessed that too. Next. What beats gravy? A spoon. What beats spoon? What is the point of this game? I don't understand what the point of this game is. Biscuit beats gravy, huh? Molten lava. Stomach acid beats mashed potatoes or gravy? Like, how is that even a game? You just put whatever. I don't even understand how it's a game. Dirt dries out gravy, so maybe like sunlight then, or an air fryer. There are wrong answers? Okay. Are there though? I mean, really, are there though? Are we just figuring out the rules right now, huh? Sunlight beats gravy. What beats sun? Well, obviously, cloud cover. Cloud cover beats sunlight. You know, cloud cover beats sunlight. Could be an eclipse beats sunlight. But it does tell you you're wrong. Don't pull down, Eric. Pull up. Pull up what? I don't even know what we're talking about. You know, it's like Bart Simpson says. Good old rock. Nothing beats rock. Maybe I should start a website that's called Nothing Beats Rock. And it starts with what beats rock. And you put in an answer, and no matter what answer you put in, the answer is, it tells you you're wrong. Nothing beats rock. It does tell me how many others have tried my word. Blah, blah, blah. Move the chat up the page. Blah, blah, blah. I think I read all of that stuff. Elephant. Other scissors. Molten lava. Lesbian stomach acid. Biscuit. Dirt. What beats gravy? Is it biscuit or dirt? Which is the correct answer? Wood chipper beats penis. Well, for sure. Thanks, Rachel. You're a sweetheart. Corn on the cob beats teeth. Or hockey. Hockey could beat teeth. Biscuit just loops into an infinite papayas thing. I mean, not papayas, Popeyes thing. You know, like if you get to fire, you're gonna be an infinite loop of fire, water, fire, water, fire, water. That's a good point, Diarrhea. How big the rock is depends on what we'll need to defeat it. Alright, so let's go pick out. I believe it was Casey Jones started this off, Alex. Well, let's go into the kitchen and pick out 4 potatoes we're going to cook. You beat car with diarrhea? You know, is that a better answer than waterway? Like if I'm driving and I come up to the ocean, obviously that's going to stop me. Unless I have a boat car of some kind. So it's got a minute and about 20 seconds left before the oven is preheated. I've got the potatoes we're looking for right here. These aren't especially big potatoes. I think I should make 3 for each of us. Yeah, this will be the right amount of potatoes. You rinse them off. Okay. Now, I'm supposed to poke holes in them. So I will get the hole poker. God damn it. Okay, there. Now we've got these potatoes all stabbed up. I put them right here, middle rack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because they're littler, might not need the full hour, but we'll just give them an hour. Hope they come out perfect. Okay. We've got the potatoes cooking. Now we can go back, take a little rest. Yes, it's conceivable that I could make a bread. I'm not hating the idea. I could even make 2 loaves of bread. I think I have the recipe memorized now too. Well, that's for 1 cup of bread, 1 loaf of bread, but for 2 loaves it would be. A half a cup of water, then a cup and a quarter's worth of water. 2 water amounts. It would be 2 tablespoons of yeast, 2 teaspoons of salt, and 2 tablespoons of butter. Yes, I do have it memorized. Oh, and of course it would be 4 to 4.5 cups of flour. I don't know if that mixer can handle that much dough. With the amount of dough I was doing before, it was like popping out. Lamau at fuiseum. What beats time? Black holes, maybe? Does black hole beat time? Well, black hole beats most things. Obviously not Godzilla, but most things. Death beats time. I think death is time beating life. You're going to have 2 potatoes and a slice of bread because of carbs. They're small potatoes, Rachel. You might want 3 of them. But that's fine if you only want 2 of them. I'll eat 4 of them. And I haven't actually started on the bread yet, but I think I will make some. Time machine beats time? Fair enough. Black ball beats them all. Well, the Ring of Power from Lord of the Rings. Obviously, pretty important. It has a lot of power. Obviously, Naruto beats a lot of things. He's pretty tough. And, supernovas beat a lot of things. They're pretty tough. Use Yellowstone mega volcano. It's pretty good. Not as big as a supernova, obviously. Okay. Well, I guess I will make bread then. I think I. Hmm. I think I would just make one loaf of bread. Ring of Power beats Ascetic. Um, what about Ark of the Covenant? What's more powerful? The Raiders of the Lost Ark, Ark of the Covenant, or the Ring of Power from Lord of the Rings? Kind of a tough call. If you're going to say, what beats Nazi plunder archaeologists, the answer would definitely be Ark of the Covenant. No, Casey Jones, you're thinking about boredom. Cigarettes beat boredom. All right, well, I'll tell you what else beats boredom. Boredom, freaking bacon bread. What beats boredom? Bacon bread. Opening containers beats Nazi plunderers. Yeah. We're baking bread. We're not faking it, Ted. Everybody knows how much fun we're having. Lava beats the ring? Oh, yeah, lava does beat the ring. You're right. Who beats ableist stereotypes? I'll tell you who. Helen Keller. Love beats hate. What does hate beat? Hate beats disabled people. Fair enough. Hate beats uncertainty. Good observation, Ruben. You might say hate beats nuance. I need somebody to blame. I don't care if it's a good way of understanding. All right, let's go bake some bread like Shake McFred. What are we gonna need? We're gonna need just a few little things, not that much. Let's go. Let's do it. Don't worry, I'll show you how it's done. We're gonna start with a quarter cup of water. One tablespoon of yeast and a drain. Okay, throw in some butter. Get the stick of butter out. Come on, butter. There you go. Okay. All right. So we've got more or less all the ingredients we need. The first one I want to deal with is actually the butter. So let's get our 5/8 of a cup of hot water. 5/8 of a cup is right between a half a cup and 2/3 cup. Now let it get nice and hot. While it's getting hot, you can cut off 2 tablespoons of butter. That's about 2 tablespoons. Oh no, I only need 1 tablespoon of butter. Yes, I only need 1. I had done the math earlier for doubling the recipe, just want to make 2 loaves, but I did not make it 2 loaves. So just 1 tablespoon of butter. I'm pretty sure, yes. Alright, 5/8 of a cup of water. Should be a little bit hotter. This thing takes a long time to heat up over here. You want me to go outside, Kitty? There we go. Go ahead. Go on. There we go. It's nice and hot now. Okay. So 5/8 of a cup of water. Let's do that one in here. Let me rinse this out a little bit, make sure it's clean. Feels pretty clean. And now, actually, let me wash my hands. Okay, back on hot water. Get 5/8 of the cup. That looks to be about right. We'll put this butter in here to melt that butter. Now we'll get a 1/4 cup of water in here. That's about right. We'll put a tablespoon of this yeast into it. I'd be like, oh no, Eric, you don't have a whole tablespoon worth. Well, friends, I had a little foresight for a change. I got more yeast at the store. Okay, now We'll pour the rest of this yeast into here. And then we'll pour some of this yeast so we get a full tablespoon. We'll put that into there. I'll let that proof up a bit. Here, we'll let that proof. We'll put this back in the fridge. We'll put this one in the trash. Alright, now we'll get the bowl out. And this goes on here, like so, like so. Then we're going to get out a cup of flour to start out with. We'll end up using another cup of flour plus a little bit more. But that's one to start out with. You know what? I'm just gonna add all the ingredients at once. So that's 2 cups of flour. Now it says up to as much as another 1/4 cup of flour. I don't think I'm going to add quite that much right now, but I will add a little bit more. Like 2/3 of a 1/4 cup, maybe. Call it 1/2 a 1/4 cup. Fine. That should be fine because I think I might have a little bit more water in it in this one, for example, than exactly 5/8. It doesn't have a marker for 5/8, so you just have to go halfway between 2/3 and and a 1/4. No wait. Oh wait, between 1/2 and 2/3, right. Okay, so that's all the flour I need in there. And then I'm supposed to wait for this to proof for 5 minutes. Oh, I need some salt. I don't want to forget about the salt. I believe it is 1 teaspoon of salt. So I'll pour that into this teaspoon. And I'll put that in there. Put these cups back. I'll get this flour. I might need more flour, so I won't quite put it away yet. I'll throw this in the trash. Wow, that yeast sure is blooming. It's like a blooming onion in there. That's weird. Like it all bloomed and then it stopped. Like, okay, I guess it's done. Come on, my blooming onion. Just pour everything in at once. Okay. Okay. I think that was. Oh, it did that thing again. I think I have it on all the way, but it's not quite on all the way. Frustrating. I don't know how long to let it go for, really. Just let it go for a couple more minutes, I guess. It doesn't seem too wet. I don't think it needs any more flour. I think that rig is just right. I'm gonna go for a little while longer, in part because I felt like last time I didn't let it go long enough. Yes, I know this thing does not sound like it's in great shape. It is on its last legs. You can see it's struggling. When it dies, we'll probably want to get a new one. But while it's still alive and kicking, we'll let it do its thing. Okay, that's gotta be good enough. I mean, think about how much like hand kneading that would represent. It would be an insane amount, right? Okay, so here's our dough. You can see here. I think it's kneaded up well enough. So we'll just push it together a little bit. And we'll put it in the bottom of this bowl here. And I'll cover this bowl with some saran wrap. And we'll just let that rise for, I believe it's an hour and a half, I think is what it said let it rise for. 90 minutes, so, you know, we'll call it an hour after the potatoes are done. Is when it'll be ready to get pushed down. Then it needs to rise for another 15 minutes. Then it'll be done. Now, I did not look at the recipe at all tonight. So hopefully I remembered all the ratios correctly. I think I did. It's not a very complicated recipe. This is like, I don't know, third time, maybe fourth time I've made this from this recipe. Come on. Pull up already. What are you doing? Oh, for the love of holy fuck. What is going on here? There we go. Come on. Come on. There. Alright, I did it. Took a little bit of time, but I did it. This is a nice warm place for it to rise. We've got heat coming out the oven. Let's put this away now. This is too big for the kitchen, so let's put it away where it goes. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. Okay, put it away. We got 30 minutes to wait on the potatoes. This flour can go away. I'm gonna use that pan. Got some prep to do for the potatoes. But before we do that, let's go outside, let's have a cigarette. Let's muse about the beautiful things in life. It sounds like, not a whole lot of fun. Oh, what a couple of days it's been. Yeah, I hear you, kitty. All right, we can go over here. Come on. I can stand up by this door. Okay. Over the whole convince me I'm evil thing, they tried to tell me people were coming for me and needed to leave. Once I stopped working, it went into them trying to convince me I was evil. Seems like yours are far less recurring than he has had. Same 4 to 5 thoughts throughout the day. Wait, same 4 to 5 throughout the day. Oh, voices, I mean, not thoughts. Okay. I was reading throughout his thoughts, misspelled, but. Now, at long last, I finally understand. Somebody has finally made me understand. The only voices I hear in my head are the voice of Eric. And I already know what that guy's got to say. You can listen to him about some kinds of things, but like, he's not very good at. If somebody else treated somebody else like I treat myself with in terms of words, I would be absolutely appalled. Just goes to show you, I guess. Harder to apply same rules of general understanding and like also like understanding difference between people slash their humanness, their failures and whatnot. And in terms of abusive language. It's odd that I'm so ready to recognize and police abusive people in their horrible ways, but not with myself. Yeah, what are you going to do? I think I have the thing where you can't see in your head. I can picture it vaguely, but I think I'm exclusively on words. Me too, Diarrell. I also have very weak visualization. Do they ever tell you anything useful like, hey, check over behind that bush? Somebody dropped a lot of money right there. Fantasy. Surprisingly common. There's usually one kid per class in high school who has it. What are you talking about? Like schizophrenia? Is that what you talking about? Oh, not being able to visualize. I see. Well, I think people who are very word heavy naturally are going to experience some corresponding deficits with visualization. Because, of course, language is first and foremost auditory. Yeah, we can read words and consume words visually in that fashion, but language is an auditory medium, like music. People whose attentional skew leans heavily towards words, therefore, are probably going to have iffy visualization. But that would probably seem to most of all be true, perhaps, for NTPs. I'm not really very clear on what function lets you picture things in your head. I guess I don't know. It's funny, I've never really thought about it before because I don't picture in my head much, but I guess it would be something where you could extrovertedly intuit images in your head. I heard a INTJ one time demonstrate his idea of extroverted intuition, and he basically described an object and changed it, added things to it, and so forth. I guess you could certainly introvertedly intuit something in visuals. You could, you can introvertedly sense with visuals, like remember what something looked like. You can also introvertedly think with visuals, like with the genealogy question, and you go, my father's wife's daughter's maternal grandmother's husband. I picture this line thing, going over, down, up to, over one. So I'm thinking because these are oh, no problem, Lucky Spine. Hey, how you doing? These are small potatoes, so I think that I should not give them the full hour. I'm thinking like 55 minutes is about right, probably. Well, it is the case that when I remember scenes, I have some visuals that accompany them, but they're very it's more like I'm feeling what it looks like. To some extent, I'm seeing it, but it's like I can't hold that picture still in my head at all. And I get kind of this flashing series of images that aren't necessarily even from my eyes. Like sometimes I remember things from a different perspective than my own eyes, which seems odd. Like I remember me playing with somebody when I was a little kid, but it'll be like from overhead view. So I do have some images to go along with memories for sure. But I guess the bottom line is maybe SE8, the super unconscious. I don't even. I don't pay attention to that very much. Like it doesn't seem relevant to whatever I'm thinking about. Oh. We're actually not supposed to encourage Gil to fixate on his voices. Well, he's already being treated by drugs, so what difference does it make? Oh. Yeah, my mom was an ISFJ, and she also seemed to visualize well. I remember when we were riding in the car one time, she was like, "Isn't it wonderful how when you read a book, it's like a movie plays in your head?" I said, "That doesn't really happen to me." I do get images, but there's nothing like cohesive about them. I don't picture the scene as it's playing out in a kind of fluid way. Yeah. You know, like if I picture a horse as just kind of it's not any particular specific image. I just kind of flit through horse shaped things in various poses. You know. Like I guess right now I'm picturing it with its legs, so there's all you can see all four of them in different directions. Like you know how horses are. You've seen a horse before, probably. I'm guessing. So I got to do a little bit more prep on the potatoes. Mostly it's just taking out the sour cream and the butter. I could I could put the butter in the bottom of the bowl first. They're not pointing in four different directions. Like two of them are going forward, maybe, and like two of them are going back. I don't know. You know how horses are. How horses are. Do you think the voices are a weird manifestation of your own thoughts, or they're a completely separate thing? I think that they're all the fact that they're all women could be informative. All of your voices are women. Last night I was trying to count white beans and black beans from a mixed bowl in my head just to try to go to sleep, but I can just about retain the color of the beans. Onions, you got it. No, the horse wasn't bucking, it was just like running. Like all of his legs were in the air somehow. You know, like that kind of horse. How many? Jason K. Pargan had a good one about how many apples you can visualize at once. I mean, I don't even know how I'd answer that question. Like, you can do 6 apples because you know what a 6 on a dice looks like. But it seems like I could try to visualize a big pile of apples of indeterminate quantity. They behave with some level of autonomy. But what I want to know, Gil, is do they ever tell you secrets that you yourself would have no way of knowing, but that turn out to be true? Like if you were hearing the voices and I had an envelope with a word inside of it written on a piece of paper, and the word is cucumber, would your voices be able to see into the envelope and tell you it says cucumber? Hmm. Whenever I think an image, it's spatial in my head, so however I subconsciously assume my head can fit. Well, you can fit a lot of apples in your head, Diaro. Like millions of apples. Well, obviously, because your head is enormous. Like the size of the Epcot Center times 10. How many apples do you think you could fit in 10 Epcot Centers? Or you tried to learn secret knowledge? Didn't work. Your voices weren't helpful regarding that. They couldn't help you find missing people. That's a lot of Epcot centers, yeah. But do you think I was overstating when I said millions? Ruben seems to think maybe I was overstating it a bit. He's going with the under a million beans in this jar. Oh, easily millions. Okay, fine. Cool. Oh, 800 times. I always thought you were being like 600,000, maybe 800,000. And then I wasn't sure what the times that was. I thought, well, maybe he means times that by 10 Epcot centers. In which case, that would be 6 or 8 million. Easily over a million, says Diaro. Gotcha. Well, obviously, we all need to start collecting apples then. Because currently I have 0 apples, yet I have been instructed to fill 10 Epcot centers with apples. So I'm going to need to get a lot more apples than I currently have. Obviously, I did say, why me? Why do I have to fill these Epcot centers with apples? They said, quit asking questions and get to work. All right, we also want some onion. Okay. Onion, butter. We're going to get a couple of plates. We don't have the big bowls that I might use for potatoes normally, so we're going to have to go with plates. All right. Now, we're going to start by putting some butter onto the plates so that we can free up the cutting board for other things. Gotta make sure you get all this paper off. I'm sure it wouldn't hurt you if you ate some of it, but you know, it can be hard to see sometimes. So you gotta be careful to get it all off. Now we don't need quite as much butter as we would normally need for potatoes, because we are also going to have sour cream and cheese. But you know, obviously the base ingredient or topping of a potato is always going to be butter. Okay. This little piece of butter went to market. It'll go back in the fridge. Next up, we've got the onion to cut. Let's wipe the butter off this knife. I'm actually going to use a different knife here. Let's put you over here instead. Okay. This should be enough onions. I'm just going to chop them up real small. Okay. Push all the onions to the middle again. Give another couple chop throughs. Okay. We're getting there. That seems pretty good. Put some onions here. Onions there. There. Okay. Now, I'm going to put some cheese. Like so. Ow. Like so. That's too much. Now, we'll put the cheese and the onion away. Get out the new sour cream. That's right. I wanted to take these out right now because they're a little smaller. Turn this off. And then we will take a look at our potatoes. Oh yeah, that's done. Okay, these are done. We're gonna get these potatoes out of the oven. Rachel says she only wants 2 of them. That's a lot of toppings for 2 potatoes. Rachel, I'm gonna make you 3 potatoes and you could save some for later. How about that? All right. So just kind of smush it like this. Okay. Now we'll press this one. This one. And this one. All right. Put this butter here. Now we will get a fork, a couple of forks. We'll use these couple of forks to mix all this stuff together. We'll also get this thing for scooping sour cream out. Let's do one plate at a time. Gonna need to mush this all up, obviously. Spread the butter around and the cheese and onions. Mix it all together. Now we're going to get some sour cream. Okay. We are additionally going to get some salt. We need a little bit more salt than that because obviously potatoes need a lot of salt. Okay. Now, this one can be done for now. We can add ketchup as well if we want, but for now, I'll leave this as it is. Or I can use a little pepper, obviously. A little pepper never hurt anything. Okay. Now, move this plate aside. We'll do it this way. We will squash everything up. You can see the butter's really started to go to work over here in an effective fashion. Softening the potatoes and ensuring good times and friendship for everybody. Okay, we got the onions mixed in. We're mixing everything together like nobody's business. Okay. Making good progress here. Now, a little salt.
Can I have salt, please?
I put salt, yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I'm putting it right now. And some pepper. Okay. Then we need some sour cream. Seems about right. Maybe a little bit more. One has a little bit more sour cream than the other one. Rachel's a big sour cream fan, so I'll go with this one. Alright. The potatoes are ready, Rachel. Alright, let me rinse this off, put it away. Let me rinse these knives off.
On the floor, I'm tired.
What?
I'm gonna eat them on the floor in the bedroom because I'm tired. I took my second dose of the.
Sure, you tell me however you want. Are you in pain?
No, not yet. No.
Well, you enjoy those.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
Thanks. If you're still up when the bread's done, then I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I am tired, but tired. But we've got some more time together. I anticipate screaming until the bread's done. Whew. My back's tired. Mm. $200 to 250 million apples, huh? Well, how long do you think it would take me to pick 250 million apples? Now, obviously, it would take the average man a very long time to pick 250 million apples. But remember, I'm a very fast apple picker. I'm not a Pablo Picslo or anything. They used to call me Johnny Applepick. Because I followed Johnny Appleseed around. Some months or years behind to pick the harvest of all the apple trees he planted. Over the course of one record-setting day, I picked over 7 billion apples and ate them all. And everyone's like, wow, ain't no one gonna make a monkey out of him. They were talking about me. And they were right. Mm. This is a very good vegetarian meal. It's got multiple kinds of dairy products in it. Cheese, sour cream, and butter. Mm. Hey, look, I didn't say I ate all 7 billion in one day. Okay? I picked them all in one day. It took me a little bit longer than that to eat them all. Well, maybe I'm a regular person, Ruben. But the doctor said it right when I was born. Somebody had given him an apple, like you might a teacher, you know, kind of like a I'm keeping you away joke. Well, I popped right out the womb, grabbed that apple and started eating it, and the doctor said, "This boy has an appetite for apples." Well, wouldn't you know it, but round about that time, that kind of tall tale. Jane Chen here, reporting from area stores where customers report no end in sight to the applesauce shortage. I'm just trying to get some applesauce for little Jimmy. Can't get it. Can't get no apples either. Nobody knew then that the apocalypse would be caused by one man eating too many apples. We should have known. It says it right there in the scriptures. Apple-apocalypse. Yeah, I tried pears. It's not the same thing. Asian pears, please. Well, we're just having an intimate little gathering here, Anonymous, discussing the great apple holocaust. And, waiting for my bread to come in. Oh, yeah. It keeps all the doctors away. They take one look at me from a distance and they say, the only thing I could possibly diagnose this man with is apple poisoning. What's wrong with me, doctor? Well, for starters, you ate 7 billion apples. Well, once I get eaten, I just can't stop. Ain't nothing better than apples. You really have to love apples a lot to try to eat nothing but apples. But, some people call potatoes the apples of the ground. The thing is, to eat any potatoes at all, I have to put lots of toppings on them. It's actually a really sad story of OCD. He hates apples, but he can't stop. It's a mental illness that's destroyed his life. People want to laugh at it, but when they find out the truth, they realize this is a tragedy. This poor guy and his weird thing he has with apples. or tree potatoes, as some people call them. Well, I think I just about finished my potatoes. Okay. That was absolutely fucking delicious. It didn't need anything else. I brought the ketchup over here. It just didn't need it. It was just too delicious to even. It would have been. I would have been befouling it if I even put any ketchup on it. That's how delicious it was. Just the right amount of everything. Right amount of onions, right amount of salt, right amount of cheese, right amount of butter, right amount of sour cream. Absolutely phenomenal. Everything I dreamed it might be and more. Best of all, our meal's not done. Sure, the next part of the meal is going to be a little while, but don't you worry your pretty little head about it. Joe, I don't have any food for you. You don't want potatoes. Potatoes are not for cats. And the reason, of course, is because they are the apples of the ground. Well, after all that cleaning up, even though I re-dirtied it, it's still a lot cleaner than it was before I cleaned it up. A lot cleaner. So, you know, I don't mind getting a little bit of dirtiness. Yes.
So.
Of course, darling. Are you always going to ask me these questions? That's fine. Not a problem.
It's just like.
Oh, you're going to have fun with that. That saran wrap is a real problem.
No. What the heck? You wouldn't third party me, right?
I don't even know what third party means, but no, I wouldn't. If you mean like get with some third party, of course not. Never a billionaire, certainly.
Yeah, but you really mean it though, right? Like, I know, like, sometimes you say things and...
Think about me in the aftermath of doing that. Right? Like, I still have to, justify myself to people in some way, right? It would be impossible. It would be a life-destroyingly bad decision that I'm not capable of making. If I ever anymore, maybe when I was young and stupid, I might make that kind of mistake, but not now. And, you know, I love you. I'm very happy with you. I don't want to be with anybody else. I'm not interested in anybody else.
Are you very happy?
Of course. Like we were discussing in the car today. Um, you know, sometimes the whole asking these questions over and over again can make me feel like I'm having to, you know, like it's kind of like a boat thing, right? Like we're supposed to be sailing this boat under the assumption that we're both on the boat and all this stuff. And you want to express concern about the boat. And it's like that's years behind us.
Yeah, I want to make sure you're gonna stay in the boat.
Rachel, for God's sakes, I'm not going anywhere. I don't want to go anywhere. I'm perfectly happy in this relationship. The only problem I can think of in this relationship is me having to repeatedly tell you this, and you still don't believe it. You know? It's not a problem anyway. It's just like I'm saying, if you want there to be something problematic about it, then you know, it, it's like you're trying to convince me that there's something wrong with our relationship.
I'm just scared because it's like I feel like you can say one thing and then it comes down to it and then the opposite happens.
Well, like what?
I don't know, like with like Spacey, like I don't know, things went downhill so fast and then
Yeah, he didn't do his part at all, you know? Regardless, he was invited to stay with me and Kimberly, just him. There's no also this lady he invites over, right? So things were doomed from that point forward. And regardless, I was not in a relationship with him. And, you know,
okay.
I mean, again, ultimately this boils down to Eric, you need to defend yourself.
I get scared because like you said you would never like I was like if I was ever pregnant, like would you leave me? And you're like, oh, it's different because you. But like that's dumb on my part to think that I would be different.
Why would I leave you if you got pregnant?
Not leave me in the room alone.
Oh, you mean at the hospital?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we already discussed this, and ultimately, there's only so much I can say to you before um, I'm having to protest that I'm innocent of something I didn't even do, and I don't know. Like, what do you want me to say?
You just don't leave me.
I'm not going to leave you. I told you that a billion times.
No, it's just like after my hospital thing, after like being manic and then like you losing me, like you said you would never like leave me.
I didn't leave you. Like yes, in that instance, I wish I hadn't gone home briefly and thought like she'll be fine till I get back. I wish I hadn't done that. But that was a mistake because you weren't in your right mind. And when I got back there, I thought you had gone away from the hospital. So I was very worried. I drove around the streets shouting for you. You in the hospital for passing a kidney stone is very, very different. Like we discussed earlier today, I probably shouldn't have done that. Like go and accomplish something else concurrently. That was bad FI on my part. And also, we've already discussed all of this. And, you know, at a certain point, you continually expressing worry becomes you accusing me of being deserving of worry. And so it becomes I have to defend myself against something I've not done. So I get it that you didn't like the way that played out at the hospital yesterday. I understand why. And, that was my mistake. But, it's like, if you want to cherry pick some singular piece of evidence and discount everything else I do for you and all of the time we spent together and all of the actual indications that we have a good relationship and freak out about this, well, then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you're so you care so much about words.
I've already said all of the words there are to say about this. I've correctly articulated everything I needed to say.
You say I'm not gonna do that to you, or.
Okay, Rachel, you want to drag me over the coals about this? I don't know what to tell you. I get it. You didn't like that yesterday, the way I dealt with that. You didn't like the fact that as soon as you expressed this problem, I immediately set up a doctor's appointment for you virtually, which you then were able to do, and then immediately drove you to the emergency room, filled out the paperwork, made sure you were checked in, waited for you to get your PE thing back, and while you were dealing with that, got groceries, took them home, put them all away, and went back and got you, and all that stuff. None of that matters to you at all.
Of course it does.
Obviously not, because I'm in trouble here because I didn't stay with you in the hospital while you were in there. I have already agreed that I should have. That was bipolar, not paying attention to the right kind of thing for me. Me wanting to avoid the experience of being in that hospital with either in the waiting room or inside because it looked crowded in there when I looked inside. And I shouldn't have prioritized that. But I also, as I've indicated already, knew you were going to be fine, having researched it, and it was just a kidney stone. I could see you were in pain. Accordingly, I put myself in your shoes in some sense, and if I were in pain, I don't think I'd want particularly company. I'd be in my own SI space, But I get that I'm not you, and that you would have preferred that I had done things differently. I've already indicated to you it was my bad. I fucked up. I should have been less FI polar than that. But, one of the things that makes this a good relationship is we aren't collecting ammo to use against each other. We aren't trying to find things that are indicative that you're not treating me right or what have you. I could try to find such things. And rake you over the coals about them if you want. But like I said, I already addressed this in full in the car earlier while I was driving you to get your medicine. And, it's like, I'm not absolutely perfect. Right? So, yeah, I did all of this countless amount of things for you, but I didn't do that. Well, I'm not absolutely perfect. You know, do you want me to? I can talk about a comparable right now if you want. No? I mean, I did everything I needed to do to take care of you and make sure you were okay.
It's fine.
It's obviously not. You're obviously upset about it. And that bothered me because I already conveyed everything I needed to convey about it earlier.
That's why it's fine.
Okay. Well. Can you just like turn it off or something? Just thank you. So, you know, obviously,
I'll speak up again.
yeah, well, like I said, you shouldn't have had to speak up about it. I wasn't thinking. Regardless, um, it's completely unfair of you to glean from that you've got some cause for worry about the seriousness of my commitment to you or something. It's super unfair. Obviously, I show my commitment to you and love for you all the time in all different ways. You know? And so that didn't play out like you wanted it to yesterday. Maybe I was being oblivious in a way that I shouldn't have been. But, you know, it's not like I wronged you in some way that would cause you to have less reason to trust me. And so it's super unfair of you to position me as less trustworthy now. You know? Obviously, you can't trust a person based on their fluency with conscious FI. In fact, you can certainly not trust people who are very conscious in their FI. Those people cannot be trusted. The suggestion that I can't be trusted because I wasn't conscious in my FI is fucking insane. can't trust people based on like how conscious FI they are. FI is not a trustworthy function, it's an arbitrary function. I get that Rachel's crying and everything, but I don't really feel bad. I feel mad about it. Like, she didn't say, please stay here with me. Maybe I shouldn't have needed her to. But I figured if he's going to be an hour or so, I might as well get some grocery shopping done. You know? Once she was there, I already knew what the problem was. I wasn't worried about her accordingly, like I would have been if I hadn't known what was going on. I don't know. I grew up in a very practical minded family with sixth and fourth slot FI for my parents, neither of whom were particularly FI minded. I get it. She wanted me there because it's a scary experience and so forth. I just didn't even think of it like that yesterday. I just thought, well, from what I read, this is going to be fairly routine, it's fairly common, quite painful, but there wasn't anything I could do beyond once I got her there and filled out the forms. And I don't know. Like, that's my bad and everything, but positioning it as though she doesn't know if she can trust me long term as a partner or something. It's ridiculous. Like, I left her at the hospital for a couple of hours because she had business to do there, and so did the doctors, right? They don't need me in the way, and I don't want to be in there where there's a bunch of medical shit going on. It's depressing. But, like I said, if it had been different circumstances, if I didn't know what it was, if I didn't know she was going to be fine, if I didn't anticipate it was going to be a short visit to the ER, which it was, not quite as short as I anticipated, maybe, but short enough. And I would have dealt with it differently. I just kind of saw it as an errand we were doing. Like, obviously, to some extent, I fucked up here, but to make it be like So I can't trust you not to leave me because you left me at the hospital yesterday. That's just ridiculous. I didn't leave her at the hospital. I just, you know, went to get groceries. Waited for her to finish up. If it had been a doctor's appointment, nobody would be freaking out like this. That's how I understood it at that point. Was, well, she's got a doctor's appointment, just with an ER doctor. I mean, I did everything that mattered. Like I said, when she first complained about the pain, I immediately set up a virtual darts appointment for like 30 minutes later. And, then when that doctor said she has to go to the ER, I immediately took her to the ER. And took her to get her meds today and everything. Everything that needed to actually be done, I did. Everything that was important for her well-being, I did. Obviously, this was important for her emotional well-being. But I don't know. I guess I grew up in a different kind of family. Obviously, if I had known it was going to be a big deal, I would not have done that. I don't know, man. This is a tough one to work out in my head. Because, on the one hand, I understand that she felt like she needed me there for emotional reasons, and I wasn't there. On the other hand, it is wrong of her to suggest that this is cause for concern about my long-term constancy as a partner. It's a tricky one. Man, I don't know. I guess this is gonna be good enough for rising. I've lost all enthusiasm for baking bread or anything. I just punch it down, let it rise again for 15 minutes, and bake it up as fast as I can. God damn it. I guess the other thing that's happening is I was already thinking before all that stuff happened yesterday about how I needed to go into town and get paper towels. So when we were there, I figured, well, while we're here, I might as well get paper towels. I told Rachel, you're not going to want to wait in the car after this whole thing while I go get paper towels. Obviously, she and I were thinking about it very differently. For her, it was like a traumatic experience. For me, I just saw it as a healthcare errand, you know. Okay, it seems like it's maybe going to be a little big for this electric bill, but that's fine. We'll put this on 15 minutes. Put this at 500 degrees. And then we'll bake it for 15 minutes after that. Oh, God. Like, the whole problem with this whole thing is that do you really love me is just a tiny sliver of distance away from you don't really love me. And it's like, okay, well, obviously you're terrible at evaluating this question. Thanks, Armin Ramen. I very much appreciate it. In stream and hug it out. I'm not ending the stream right now because I'm not in the mood to hug it out. I'm a little bit mad right now. And she's listening to some, tarot reading or something right now. Anyway. Hi, McCor Leon. We live our lives in front of the internet. Good things, bad things, things in between. I get her position on it too. I'm not saying I'm exclusively right here. Oh. I put a couple bowls out in the stream. I might as well just wait till the bread's done at least. But, yeah. Okay, thanks. I don't see one either. Gee, I don't see a K either. Um, I was a little bit slow to pick up on that super chat because I was soliloquizing, not looking at the chat, but I did respond to it eventually. You know, I'm a big believer in not making problems where there naturally aren't any. Like, I don't, I don't do this to her where I interpret things as her not really loving me enough or something. Kay appeared and Eric told her about Rachel's kidney stone. Oh, that K, next door K. Right. Gotcha. That's the confusion there. Well, it's fine. Everything's gonna be fine. I just got a little peeved, I guess. I mean, it is quite rare for Rachel and I to have a conflict. Very unusual. But in this instance, I can understand why she's mad at me. It was a very FI polar mistake I made. And I shouldn't have done that, but I guess it's also the case that it's not fair of her to try to interpret it as some kind of commentary on my character or whatever. All right, Aussie K, Jared and K, that kind of K. I can put this ketchup back. The end. Not quite the end because I'm gonna wait until I put the bread in. I have to stay up until the bread's done anyway. I can't. It's not that long a time until it's time to put the bread in, and yeah, it was delicious. And I always customize things to Rachel's preference. So she said she wanted onions. Of course, I cut up the onions. Baked potatoes, but then mashed up. No russet potatoes. Regular old russets. Yes, yes, G, we had the whole 9 yards with our potatoes. We had butter, sour cream, shredded cheese, onions, salt, pepper. I also had ketchup on the ready, but didn't need it a bit. Didn't need it at all. They were perfect. They were delicious. I can understand how she would feel hurt feelings. But ultimately, in order to feel so strongly about it, she kind of has to ignore everything else. How did I figure out my polar? I mean, I didn't start out by figuring out my polar. I started out by determining my type by taking some random online test, reading type descriptions. That first test, my first conclusion, reading type descriptions, has been nothing but validated in every instance ever since, in every test, in every type description I've ever read. It was very obvious right from the outset what type I was. Learning about cognitive functions then later on, well, you know, I don't know exactly how it went down. It was a process. I remember very early video I made that had a little bit of success and made me want to make cognitive function stuff was like my first explanation of cognitive functions, which was kind of like, so I just found this thing like cognitive functions. I've never heard of these before, but it's very interesting. And then I kind of went over the basics of it. But I didn't really know what that meant. I didn't really know, I didn't really understand them at the time. I just found the idea intriguing, I guess. As the years passed, I became more familiarized with how functions in their respective slots work. Hmm. I guess I'm mad at myself, but yeah, this is a real head shaker. And this in general is why FI stuff is horrible. Like Humphrey said, we're both right to some extent. I'm making some bread. I wish I had had a more safe and sane day in some sense. A little bit less thwackage, a little bit less fun time, a little bit more work time, but overall, I feel fine. I just wish I didn't have this conflict with Rachel. And it's a very unusual state of affairs in general for us to have a conflict like this, but you know, I don't know what to say about it. All right. Well, apparently my inner clock was queuing in on something because there's the timer. You can see our loaf is ready to go in the oven. I'm going to put that in there for 15 minutes at 500 degrees. We could go to even let it in there for a little bit longer than 15 minutes. It probably doesn't need it, but yesterday, last time I cooked it, it was 475 for I think I did 14 minutes, 475. It was undercooked, so 15 minutes, 500. That should compensate adequately. Oh God, fucking Eric. It's not easy being dumb. Leaving ladders on fiery suns. Well, let's go smoke a cigarette. When the bread comes out of the oven, I'm going to end the stream and I'll talk to Rachel. You know, I also get it. She's not SI, so she's always going to have a harder time of evaluating us on accumulated experiences that are all indicative of the same thing. Super unconscious for her. guess what made me upset really was when she suggested that you say you're going to do something, but then you, when it comes down to it, you don't. Like, because at some point I had said to her, like, I won't leave you at the hospital or something. I'm not sure, but it's like, seriously? I mean, I guess if I did say exactly that at some point in the past, then she's got reason to complain. It's not the sort of thing I would even remember. She probably asked me, like, would you ever remember? I just, I just an autopilot with that reassure stuff. Just, okay. Why are we playing this game again? I mean, I guess she has cause to worry about my FI failing her, having seen it fail my parents. I don't know. Kind of feels a little bit like warmer oven to me. There's this scene from this movie about these rich people who live outside of New York City in these mansions, and the wife of one of them, he's had their house like entirely rebuilt from the ground up to meet all the specs of all the little things that she wants, this and that, this many burners and a bunch of other stuff, and then after they're about, it's all finished, and she's like happy with it, and she goes, I just wish we could have gotten that warmer oven. And he gets like, okay. He gets mad. I feel a little bit like that, but I can see her side of things too, though. You need to know that your significant other is going to be there at the most important times, not most frequent times. Or you maybe need both. It's not like I wasn't there for her in her most important time. It was just I didn't go inside the hospital with her. I mean, I took her into the waiting room, obviously, fill the paperwork and stuff, but didn't go into the inside part. Obviously, it would have helped if when I ran the idea of going to get groceries by her, she said, "No, I won't really want you to stay here with me." But at the same time, she shouldn't have had to, probably. So, like, this is the worst sort of problem to have. It doesn't have a straightforward resolution. There are no worse kind of problem to have than problems like this, because they don't resolve by way of my method of resolving problems in general. My method of resolving it is to figure out who's wrong, and then that's it. That's the end of the whole thing. So that's not really going to work here. Four more minutes on the bread. What's still on? Oh, it's the bass amp. I knew I heard something that was on. Four more minutes on the bread. 4 more minutes on the stream. Does TI have emotions? Well, people have emotions. TI and FI are ways of determining things. Sometimes making decisions, sometimes drawing conclusions. Yesterday, you could say that my SI and TE took over and my FI got pushed out of the way. Like, I'd already planned at some point that day to go get paper towels because we were out of them and we needed them. So when this thing happened, I still had in my mind that, well, we're going to town, but I can still get paper towels. and then on the other side of the SI thing is, like, it seems like it would be not a great experience inside the hospital with all the sick people and stuff. Not because of Rachel, but because of hospitals, And then TE, practical consideration of kill two birds with one stone. While she's doing this, I can get the groceries done. Obviously, in those instances, in that instance, I did not use FI. I did not successfully, anyway, put myself in her shoes. And, it was a bad decision on my part. But sometimes we don't make the best decisions, and I guess we have to live with the consequences. Thanks, Alex. I'm going to be wrapping this up in a minute. You know that I'm dealing with FI stuff and I just fall into silent meowings. When I try to think about FI stuff, I feel like it's all just as slow as anything can be a process. You kind of go back and forth and you have, as they say, mixed feelings about a thing. Like, look, feelings. Can you just take up one slide at a time, please? Let it go another minute. I'll let it go another minute. Looks a little bit maybe undercooked still, so I put it for 2 more minutes. Your ramblings are nothing new to most of us here. You do what you do, how you do, the way you do. Why is the blind spot the 7th slot, and how does it relate to your 3rd slot function? Well, it's actually the blind spot because it's the alternative to your tool function. So, like, my tool function's a deliberation function. That means since I'm always using that to accomplish things, overusing it, in fact, that I will never use the other way of deliberating. The way it links to your 3rd slot function, well, your 3rd really links to your 2nd in the sense that if your tool function is highly competent but instrumental in its value, then your 3rd slot is going to be only competent at a like frame level or scorecard level. It's going to be an absolute value. And it's true that if you don't know anything about functions, you'll probably mistake your 3rd slot first for your 7th. So you'll think, oh, my blind spot is, and then you'll say something that's your 3rd slot, or you'll mistake your 4th slot for it. People have a very conflicted relationship with it when they're younger, especially, and always, but when they're younger, they, like, but even now, to this day, I still feel as though, sorry, Trouble. Sorry, buddy. Didn't mean to do that. I still feel as though, like, I get mad at it, Yeah, that looks better. I'm glad I gave it that little bit of extra time. That's a good looking loaf of bread. That's pretty good, huh? Well, it's done. Time to end the stream. I could have bread and butter if Richard still wants any, but who knows? So, I love you all. I'll see you later. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.